What's going on? E, get smoked. Make sure to follow your rules today, Benny. Thanks, get smoked. E, what's up? What happened yesterday? I left for 15 minutes while driving, tried to tune in, and it was ended. Muku, LA Boss, congratulations. Today is your last day. Now we are going to make big profits. That's it. That's it. I finished. That's it. Thank you very much, E. Get smoked. Thank you. Jai. Aussie Trader. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? Did I have a decent breakup party? I do have something funny to tell you guys. Dude Monkey, what's up? Sheng Long, what's going on? So I'll tell you a funny little story. And this is a lesson. Today is going to be a lesson. I'm going to take my hat off. Full porting news today. Wish me luck. I do have 2 evals that I would probably consider doing that on. If we don't get a trade into it, I might even consider it myself. Because this time I fixed that lagging issue, so I might be able to do it. Alright, here's a story for you. Actually, give me 1 sec. Let me just check something first. Come on. Man, this thing takes forever to click. Okay. Alright. Sit down, everyone. Sit down, Bright Spark. Papa Benny's got a story. Okay. Here's a lesson to all you guys about why working a 9-to-5 job, working for a company, is completely a waste of your time and your spirit, your energy, your effort, and you can be doing so much more. These companies don't give a flying fuck about you at all. Now, I'm 39. It's not my first rodeo. So I've known this for a very long time. I specifically chose my career path for reasons other than money. The specific career path that I chose over the last few years was aligned with a previous skill set that I had that I wanted to brush up and touch up, ready for my future endeavors in future property development. And also, as a failsafe, in the instance that, for whatever reason, I never somehow make a business work ever, or I don't make trading work. Like whatever my entrepreneurial adventure is going to be, whatever it doesn't work out, then I have that as a backup. Anyway, so this company, right? We get to today, my last day, right? And all week it's been, we're going out for lunch. You know, it's my last day. It's a send-off lunch. Couple of staff members are invited. Not the whole company, because theoretically there's 70 people in total that work at the business, but only select few who want to go, right? We get to we get to about 11:30, and I'm starting to get a bit peckerish, so I stand up and go, hey, I'll go up to my general manager and one of our supervisors, and I'm like, hey guys, you guys want to go for lunch soon or what? Right? And they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, we can go now if you want. I'm like, yeah, cool, no worries. I said, I'm happy to go now. And one of the other boys turned around and said, yeah, I've got meetings this afternoon, so we need to go early. All right, cool. So we start getting ready to go. So I turn around to the admin assistant chick, and I was like, because she's new, she's only been there for 2 months, and I was like, hey, do you want to come? You may as well. And she's like, oh yeah, 100%. So she came, we jumped in the car, we get ready to start heading off. We're starting to drive out of the car park, and my general manager goes, oh shit, I left my phone in the office desk. I better go run and grab it. And I'm sitting in the back of the car. I'm like, yeah, no worries. And so he gets up and he starts making a U-bolt for it over the car park. And I lean out the window and I go, oi, dude, don't forget the company credit card. Because sometimes he leaves the company credit card like either in his car, which he wasn't driving his car, he was driving my car that I'd given back, my company car. Or he leaves the credit card on his work desk. And so I said, don't forget the company credit card because you've got to pay for lunch. And he's like, oh, yeah. And then he comes back. We get in the car and we start driving and he goes, oh, just so you know, he's like, he goes, I've got to ring such and such, which is our other regional manager in Melbourne. And he goes, I've got to ring him and find out whether or not like I can be approved to buy lunch. And I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, it's an entertainment credit card that the company gives you to take out and buy food, drinks, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's the whole purpose of it. But not only that, I'm leaving the company and I've made you guys well over multiple seven figures of sales in 18 months. So, like, you know, it's a fucking steak, mate. It's $44, you know? And then like he runs off and then so we get into the pub, and we start getting out of the car and he starts walking off. And then he comes back and he goes, oh, I'm just trying to call, you know, the manager guy. And I was like, oh, okay. And so meanwhile, we're like walking, you know, closer to the pub. And I'm thinking, I was like, and then like the admin chick turns to me and she goes, hey, she's like, I don't get what he's doing. Like, I didn't bring my wallet. Do I need to pay for my own meal for lunch? I wasn't expecting this. And I was like, I literally turned around and I was like, forget about it. I'm like, if he doesn't make us pay, I'll just fucking pay for all of us. I'm like, but that's bullshit. And so then he walks off and then he comes back afterwards. He's like, hey man, he's like, it's all been approved. It's all on me. I have to like wing it my own way. I won't pay on the company credit card. I'll pay on my personal account. And he goes, and then I'm going to do like a dodgy reimbursement back. And I'm like, so you didn't get approved to pay for my lunch on the last day of the year, like on my last day of employment. And he's like, nah, they wouldn't let me do it. So he goes, I've been told I got to do it another way. I'm just like, dude, it's a $44 steak and a $9 beer. Like, are you fucking serious? It's that shit that really hones into you, right, when you work for these companies, right? If you work for a small team or a small private business, so be it. You are going to likely have a lot better experience. But if you start working for a much larger company, right, the respect of that whole you are just a number, right, is insane. And in the end, it just really highlights to you that when you're asked to do more, which fortunately for me, I was never really asked to do more, which was really good. I think like you really need to take a step back and ask yourself two questions. Are you going to do more because you are going to be rewarded for doing more? Or are you going to do more and then just be put back in your box and you're not going to be looked after? And I think to me, to you guys, for anyone who's currently working in a job, anyone who's 19 right now, anyone who's 20, 25, 27, 28, right? This isn't the first time I've experienced something like this, but it is pretty wild when you become 39 years old and you become an adult, and these guys that I work around are basically the same age as me, with a few of them being a little younger than me. And these guys are gallivanting around different states, spending a bucket load of money on buying drinks and foods at these special events to try to win clients over. And they're spending all this money on that. Hotels, transfers, accommodations, all that kind of stuff to try to win work in the door. And then when it comes to like their individual employee, like they almost won't buy you a $44 steak on your last day. That's how bad it is. And specifically for me, because I was in a sales role, it's even worse because it's like, well, without me, mate, you don't have like sales. So yeah. And it's also sad because I'm apparently one of the only people inside the business for a long period of time that actually never in their history at the company had a job that was negative in losing money. So every single job that the company has won under my name, they never lost money on the job. And from what I got told, so far I still hold that record, and I'm still the only one. And so and trust me, I don't go above and beyond to try to be that person. I never even tried to be that person. It was a stat that came out late last year, on a KPI stat that was thrown out, and everyone was like, who's running these jobs here? And then it was me, and then that's when I found out. So even someone as probably, I would say, as skilled as myself in making sure that they never lost any money on a job, and I did over $2 million in sales in 24 months, basically rejected the offer for a $44 steak on your last day. So guys, if this is anything for you to learn from, if you currently have a job, I'm not saying do the bare minimum, okay? I'm saying do what's right, okay? Do what will help you become who you want to be, and set your own ground rules. And when someone starts mistreating you, there's two options that you have. Option A is you go find employment somewhere else, and you use that advantage to get a pay rise or to get a higher remuneration. Or the second thing is you stand up for yourself, and you go into that office and you have a meeting with that manager or that store person, whoever it is, and you really express your concerns about the level of quality of service that you're delivering, as opposed to your current remuneration or your current hours and stress. Never once did I stress in this job, ever, because I never had it in my heart to even care on this one. But it just goes to show you that even a guy at my level doing what I did got denied essentially a $44 steak. My manager, who was my direct upline manager, who I worked to side by side, is basically an extremely good friend of mine now. We are almost going to go into business together soon, while I quit and I bring out some other things that I'm working on in real estate. He ended up having to pay, it ended up being about $250 for all 4 meals and the beers, 1 beer each, right? He paid for that out of his own personal cash, and he got the receipts, and now he's going to do a company reimbursement back to his personal account, because if he does it that way and doesn't put it on the company credit card, he doesn't have to fill out so many boxes when he submits the reimbursement. So thankfully to him, it all went through, but it was only him only. But every other manager above him pretty well turned around and said, if you get caught doing this, it's on you. That's how bad it is. So it's an interesting story, and I thought I would share that with you, because I'm a realistic kind of guy. I'm a bit of a no-fluff kind of guy, and that's what this channel's about, and that's what I'm about. So I thought I would share that with you. But that just goes to show you that just don't do the bare minimum, but just do enough to get by, okay? And if you think someone's taking the fucking piss out of you, own up to it. Get them to own up to it. Face the fact. Go and see them. All right. So that's the end of my rant. Sick. Better I left without that nonsense. Yeah, exactly. You don't blame an adult. What? You don't become an adult until 40, Benny. Plenty of time to make mistakes still. Yeah. Left Airbus 3 years. Fucking hell, man. Everyone in Discord's going off. Sorry, guys. I'll have to mute my watch because everyone in Discord is going off right now. What did you say? I left Airbus 3 years ago. 20 years working for them. Fuck, that's a long time. I hated how they treated people. Yeah. It's funny how you look back at some of that and you think, geez, I was there for too long, whatever. Yeah, that's really shit. Yeah. If you have a job, don't expect the steak dinner. Morning C100. Thank you, mate. It is a good day so far. It's good. Kevin says I've got a part-time job and I'm self-employed and I just do the bare minimum. That's good, man. Good rant. I agree. Thanks, man. Shenlong, 49, high skill set, was pushed out of a job a month ago because of someone else's ego. Yeah, thanks for the advice. I had similar experience in my old job, did all the hard work while everyone did fuck all, and I'm not there anymore. It was hell. Yeah, it's good to hear. It's good to hear. It's good to see. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you just got to have self-awareness, right? Sick. All right. Well, there was that. Let's now, we have some like really crazy shit going on, man. We boys, I won't lie. I am seeing more and more and more, thanks Sinister. I am seeing more and more people online, literally, including one of my favorite streamers of all time, Trades by Matt, literally say that they can't trade this market. They basically said it's almost impossible and they're really struggling, and they're struggling mentally, which I find very fascinating. I was hoping that I was going to go this year unscathed, even contemplating or even thinking about even discussing something like that. But I have to agree. I would probably say the last 3 weeks for me, pretty well since my birthday, roughly around that second to last week of February, I definitely have felt a lot of, not pressure, but a lot of disappointment in not being able to clearly execute what I want to execute without the pressure of saying, oh shit, I should be, or I think I should be considering taking a trade every day. I want to be extracting money from the market at least every week, so I definitely need to be taking 1 to 3 trades a week. It's this weird statistic that you put on yourself. And so I'm just going to be honest, guys, like 100%. Last week I felt like maybe last week was not too bad. And then on Friday night, when I didn't take that second entry setup for Friday night and I left behind that like 15K, like my weekend and that Monday, Tuesday this week was just, it really mentally got to me. And I was just like, man, what's wrong with me? Like, what's going on? To start seeing some of my favorite other streamers, online influencer guys actually make a significant post or video about it in the last like 48 hours has probably made me feel really good. And I'm starting to come to the realization that that we may need to wait until this this bloody 13th of March. So there was a post that I posted in Discord a couple of weeks ago. I've just got a note about it. I don't really remember this stuff or can rehash it. But according to astrology, there is a significant world event that is meant to happen between the 13th of March and the 17th of March, I believe it is. It's like a 4-day period. Now, we all know that the US and any other global country of any sort, if they're going to bomb people and start killing people, do terrorist attacks, you name it, all the other bullshit that goes on in the world, they all want to do it on weekends. And anything they want to do is on weekends. And I just find it interesting that next week is Friday the 13th. It's just such a strange and bizarre period. So, like, I really believe that we might not see any change in this market until after that weekend. I would not be surprised if next week is just as shit as this week and last week. You can see here, we've been stuck in this 900 to 1100 point range since the 4th of February, okay, up until now. This is the range that we're currently stuck in. It's not a good range to be in. It's really not. If you guys are struggling with your trading right now, take a breather and just calm down. All right. The best of us are still also struggling with this massively. This is very hard to be trading in this. It's a tight range. All we need to do is zoom out previously and just look at other previous price action. Sure, we get a few weeks of a bit of rolling action here, but there's still got some good volatility in there, etc., and stable volatility. Now, I've unfortunately forgotten who said this in the chat last night, so my apologies. I've got a lot going on right now. Someone last night mentioned something that no one else has ever mentioned to me before, nor have I ever researched it. And that was the VIX. Does my trading strategy, or does any of my trading strategy of any type, affect when the VIX is high or low? So last night I looked that up live on stream. If it was you out there who told me to look at this, please comment it in chat so I can work out who it was that said this. But I've never looked at it before. So last night I did stay up until almost 2 a.m. I did not continue to trade. I shut all the trading stuff down except for obviously the VIX. And I actually downloaded all of the data for the VIX on the daily time frame, not on the 4-hour. And I downloaded all of the data, and I actually plugged it into some software that I'm currently using and developing for backtesting. And I actually ran a model on it to see on the days that I had losing trades, was the VIX above or below a certain value? Well, it turns out that the average loss on the VIX was when the VIX was over 20 points or 20%. Whatever, I don't know what this is measuring. I don't know if that's percentage. Someone might be able to advise me if that's a percentage or if that's points. I didn't bother looking that up. But when this orange line that I've got marked through here, when price is above 20, my strategy has a very low win rate, which I found very interesting. And so last November on some of my trades last year, this dive here was insane. And this period through here was very, very profitable, like extremely profitable. I pretty well had almost a trade every day, and it was pretty well a winner nearly every day through here. And as you guys know, when I started streaming online and doing everything in January, this is January right here, absolutely killing it. You saw my P&L for January. I'm not afraid to show it. I'll bring it back up again. Here is my trades for January, and we just kept trading that same strategy. There it is there. Look how many days we traded. Yeah, we had a couple of break-even days, and there's a couple of days we didn't trade because there was no setup, but it was killer. And it actually lines up with it being down here. As you guys know, we came into February, and February, yeah, I had a couple of good days, I had a couple of bad days. I also did some stupid shit on a couple of days too. So, but besides all of that, when the VIX is above 20, my strategy kind of goes out the window. And so I really appreciate whoever that was. It was Troy. Troy, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. That's the point of me streaming too. Point of me streaming is ideally for educational purposes only. It's about us all learning together and trying to work together as a team to find things out. So I really appreciate that. And I'm actually really fascinated in this. So when I zoom out, I obviously ask myself the question of okay, well, how long do we stay above the daily 20 for? And obviously that's the next question is it's unknown, right? We just don't know. So yeah, the shorts on my strategy get fucking cooked. They basically have a 1% win rate when we're above, I think 22. So I have to be very careful about shorting the market when we're above the 22. So so I'm now monitoring this. Like I said to you guys before, I've got about 330. I got 334 trades in total that I am tracking from backtesting and from trades that I took last year. So I've backtested it a lot. It's enough for me to understand whether or not the VIX above 20 is good or bad. Well, guess what? We've been hovering around 20 since the middle of Feb when I've been having some average weeks, and we're well above it right now. So as much as I'm kind of cautious about taking my trade strategy, I still want to take it, and I still want to be on the right side of the market. But at the same time, I may just use this at the moment as a little bit of a guide to know whether or not I should or shouldn't be taking the shorts. The longs still didn't work out too bad when we were above 20, but literally anything, as soon as I plugged in anything above 24, it was just a straight up loser. I had a 0% win rate when we were above 24. So at the moment, we're kind of in this little bit of we're kind of ping ponging between 24 and 20. So I'm really only just looking for longs in here at this stage. And if we drop down below, then I look for longs and shorts. Both of them work fine. But if we get above this, I'm cooked. So I will have to consider another option of a trade strategy, which I'm working on some anyway, so it's okay. I have a couple of other trade strategies that I can trade, but just while I go on the stream and everything else, and I'm trying to go full time and all that other shit, I just try to keep it simple and just trade the one. So so really cool. I appreciate that. Anyone else who trades a certain, hey, I recommend that you maybe grab some of that data from the VIX and just do some back testing yourself. Just work it out. Ask yourself the question, I'm going to trade today, or what was the previous day's VIX percentage? And then see what that looks like. M Stone says, I think it's measuring volume versus call volume. Interesting. All right. I'll have to look into it a little bit more and understand exactly how it works, because then I might be able to maybe make some adjustments. But do the opposite once it hits 24. Get smoked. You know what? It's not a crazy idea, eh? Sometimes you go, if you have such a high lose rate on something, then just take the entry, and instead of your stop loss being your stop loss, why don't you just take the opposite trade, and then your stop loss ends up becoming your take profit? It's not a dumb idea. It's just about flipping that, obviously, in your head, right, to get that done. So yeah, I think hey, it'd be something cool to do. Now, all in all, with this where we are right now, guys, I am mildly bullish today, but I'm just concerned as to what's actually happening with this. What do you call it? The NFP tonight. So we have NFP coming in tonight, right? I have a feeling there's a few other things I was looking at. I'm mildly thinking that we absolutely pump today. And I reckon we're going to pump like mad. And I think it makes sense for these guys to try to send this market down in this London session after this accumulation. And I think NFP is going to go off its tits. And I think we're going to come up. And I reckon we might. I think if we have a look at this range that we might be in here. Okay. I think we've swept the liquidity up here. We've swept the liquidity on the bottom low end of this range. And now we're about 3/4 of the way back in. We still have significant imbalance through here that needs to be kind of tapped into. They've half done it now, which is good. But I'd be curious to see whether this is what we do today. Something like this. Coming into the US session tonight. And then we pump up. And see whether or not we tap back into this imbalance up here and get back inside here for the rest of next week. Now, it won't really mean much. All it'll mean, if we're still in this big giant daily channel. So it won't do much, but we could just get a good move today. I just feel like NFP is going to be good. It just feels like today's the day. There's a couple of stocks I was looking at that are in some interesting positions. I actually doubled down last night on my Tesla call options. I went in with another contract of about 10K, Australian that is. So it was like 6.8 US or something. They're for next year options, but Tesla just looks prime to like pump out here. And yeah, I don't know. We're pretty well tapped on this bottom low range. I don't know. I think this might be the last calling card before she wants to rip. So yeah, I'm kind of bullish today for NFP, and so I would like to look for longs here at this Asia low, and obviously we're starting to get it kind of now, and I would like to see the top of this range get taken. At least the Friday high. If not, I want to start seeing like these highs up here get taken. And because we're above the VIX at the moment, I got to be honest, guys, with the 334 trades of backtesting, honestly, guys, it literally says do not short on when the VIX is that high. So, yeah, I'm not interested in trying to short at the moment. I'd be more than happy to not take a trade at all this week and just call it a day. So, let's see whether or not we get some good pullbacks and then see if we can get a long position. And yeah, good luck to anyone who's going to flip the NFP. It's probably going to be a good night. I reckon it'll be a good night to YOLO some evals on some 1 day, 1 pass, 1 trade ones. I'm tempted. I'm very tempted because I did it last CPI. If you guys remember before my birthday back in February, remember I did it on the 5 accounts and I got cooked because I was right. We got the trade right. But remember my whole like everything froze, like Quant Tower froze, all my data froze. It didn't exit the trade and then it reversed on me and stopped me out of the trades. But I fixed all that now. So I'm I might think about it. If these 2 accounts down the bottom haven't taken a trade into NFP, I might think about it. AG Trader, so you reckon there's been lots of layoffs? So the reason why I mentioned 20 VIX is that Tasty Trade talk about the 20 VIX threshold. The 20 VIX threshold? Really? Are you serious? Dude. Even I came up with a 20 as well. Also, there is a thing called VVIX, which is the volatility of volatility and how a decreased VVIX... Are you still typing? Dude Monkey says, could just wait for CPI next week. Only 3 days, much better win rate compared to the news tonight. Yeah. What's NFP? It's non-farm payroll, mate. I don't know the full legal jargon of it or what specifically it measures, but it basically just measures employment rates, right? And so, yeah, obviously you as with all news can be good, Sir, and price dumps. News can be bad and price pumps. News can be good and price pumps. News can be bad and price dumps. You never truly know which way the direction's going to go. But if you have access to bookmap or you have access to liquidity sweeps in some way to be able to read resting orders, there's a higher percent chance that they use the news events, they use the red folder news events as a reason to go and grab or liquidate orders or go pick up a significant amount of orders at a certain critical level. It's very possible that that's what the market makers do. So nothing's guaranteed. It's just you have a bit more of a weighted edge if you can identify that pre-news. However, a lot of us guys who trade prop firms, it's just really bad to try to trade news in any way. We have issues with trailing drawdowns. We have issues with taking trades too early to news. Some prop firms don't let you do it. Some do. And you also are technically unsimulated, so if you get a bit lagged out, you might not get filled correctly and your trade could still be live. If you get a data latency issue, which some of these prop firms use a company called Tradeovate, which has their own proprietary data feed, and somehow randomly all the time this thing just randomly just dies, and you can be stuck in a trade and you can't flatten the damn thing. So it's very risky for people who are on prop firms to trade news. So a lot of people just prefer to trade news using evals because it's not a funded account, and if it blows it, well then who cares? You just pay money to reset the thing. So yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword when it comes to prop firms. You're pretty well just better off just trading evals only, and then if you really want to trade it for like your own personal live account, you're probably much better off doing it with that than you are with like an actual funded account. But like always with the news stuff, hey, it only happens once a week, once a fortnight, even once a month sometimes. It's like you really have to ask yourself as a trader, is it actually worth it? Like what happens if you have an issue and you get liquidated? Like it's not very good. It's not a very good strategy in my opinion. There you go, AC. So he's like basically just said economic indicator measuring monthly job growth outside of farming. So forgetting about farming, it's basically everything else. VIX decrease daily is better for iron condors than an increased VVIX, and I think the reverse strategy is very much like an iron condor playing the range. Yeah, right. Interesting. Dude Monkey said he found it interesting. New York Open is flow zone trader when it comes to gamma levels, put walls, and the VIX too. Yeah, interesting. NFP is everything. 86% of the time, NFP will set the high or the low of the month once we have two open and closes outside the NFP daily range. Gotta try and understand what you're saying, Troy. Sorry, just gonna reread this. My bloody light, I'll tell you what, shits me off sometimes. So bright. I might fucking turn the thing down. So NFP is 86% of the time NFP will set the high and low of the month once we have two open and closes outside that NFP daily range. So we are above for 2 days. The low of the month is set. Right. So correct me if I'm wrong on here. So this is on the NASDAQ or the S&P 500? So we now have, you're saying that this is the low of March. I'll get to your other questions in a minute, guys. Go look at the high of this month, NFP. We have traded for 2 days above NFP high. We tested it, but never stayed above, so then we came back down, yeah. Usually both? Okay, cool. All right. So this is the low of the month currently at the moment, March 3rd, Tuesday, okay? That's the low of the month. And you're saying that because we've traded for 2 days above it, so this is day 1, which is Wednesday the 4th, and then the 5th of, which was yesterday, we've traded above it. So they're not green candle days, but you're saying that we've traded above it for 2 days. Then you're saying that the low of the month is set. So you're saying that theoretically NFP tonight should set the high of the month. Is that correct? No, today is NFP day range. After today's close, you mark those levels for the day. Sorry, I was just trying to go back to what you said before. That's all. Okay. Because yeah, I was gonna chat with you about this in Discord a bit more. All right, I think I kind of get what you're saying now. This looks shit. I reckon there's going to be another no trade today. This needs to keep coming down. This needs to sweep a lot lower. And then we'll jump back into this NFP chat. Oh, we just wiped the bottom of that wick. We don't have any FEGs either. Oh, just this big giant one down here. This first presented. Oh, nice. Look at that. Untested IFEG. Sweet. Interesting. Big order block there. All right. I don't think we're getting the trade tonight, to be honest. I don't reckon. Like, unless this comes down here in the next hour or so. But probably not. So what would be the best, official Brad says, so what would be the best strategy when VIX is above 20? Well, it'll be just draws on liquidity. So you're probably just literally looking for, you're literally just looking for short-term scalps. Like, in terms of my model for liquidity hunts or reversals, rather than taking the reversal, you're more looking for the continuation, which is definitely what I learned last night through my data. I'd like full nerded out and I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is insane. So I started noticing that the continuations were a lot better. So looking for those pullbacks to fair value gaps when you're really close to a draw on liquidity and then just running it into the liquidity, that was pretty well what I found was probably the key. I'm still learning and practicing those trade setups and trying to identify them. They're very hard to take those continuation trades on London. In my personal opinion, London, I think, is really hard to take them. I think I've found some stuff that works, but like from the testing that I've done so far, it's almost like it's like perfect in the US. But yeah, I won't be trading the US for another couple of weeks, so maybe I can practice in the US for the next few months in there with you guys, and then we can try and see if we can bring back the model to London. E says we just tap the Asia low, you might be able to get the run up. Yeah, it's the range is tiny, dude. It's fucking tiny. It's so small. It's already... There's no structure. There's no break of structure. There's no displacement again. I'm not like... Yeah, last night, I know it worked last night, but there was no displacement last night. I have a very low win rate when there's no displacement. And then when I found out the VIX above 20 was really bad for my strat, that's when I was like, that's probably why we didn't get displacement. I wouldn't be surprised whether this actually just runs now, because we're essentially just doing a... This here is just Asia accumulation, right? And then all this is done now is manipulated down here, and then now it's just reversing, and it's actually bullish as F. So it's very likely we're going to create an FVG here, and so far from my testing on this is if this plays out true as it currently is and you don't get displacement on the leg out here, for the continuation trade, from what I've back tested so far, and this is once again the same problem that I have with my current strategy. It's not a problem. My current strategy is fine, but I don't like taking the retests because the retests don't always happen. So in this instance here, your ideal entry now is the stop below the first candle that created this FVG here, this 5-minute FVG. That's your entry here on the next candle. So you got to wait for this one to close to validate that that fair value gap is going to be true. And then you wait for a pullback and maybe front run your order a little bit. Stop loss just below the first candle that created this FVG. And then you just go long to the next draw on liquidity. Well, the next draw on liquidity on this is that high there. These double or equal highs here. And then you got the next one up here. So you just pick which one you're going to run to and what you think is going to be the best. No one knows. Like, that's what trading's all about. Some days you think it's going to go that high. So this here could now be the ideal entry to go long here. As I said, I'm still back testing this and validating whether this is actually correct and this is still working, and whether or not I just try to go for 2-to-1s out of this thing. Right? Do you just go for a 2-to-1, just be done? Because that's all I need to do. And after 20 accounts, if I'm risking $1,000 per account, I'm risking 20 grand stop loss to make 40K USD in what? The space of what? An hour or 3? I mean, anyone in world history would want to be in my position to do that. So I don't want to get greedy and say, oh, I want to run it all the way up to here. But maybe if I do that, maybe I just size the hell down and just try to go smaller size, maybe just risk $500 and just try to see if I can get that longer term swing. But this is essentially still another minute 15 on this candle to go. But this here is starting to look like how I think I should trade the the London continuation. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep up with chat as well as talk. My Cebu, sup, dude? Thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate it. Guys, if you haven't yet, feel free to smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. The guys at Bookmap said that 10 to 15 minutes before the news, the big players are cancelling the pending orders and price starts to move in a different direction. Yeah, John Mark, that's called spoofing or spoofing orders. And it's super common. And you'll actually just see it throughout the entire day. Actually, I totally forgot to load Bookmap, so let me load Bookmap up. All right, you got your so here's the model here for the continuation trade. Obviously, I'm not going to take this thing. But theoretically, I would probably enter in like here now at this candle now, right where it just closed. It's officially now created the 5-minute FVG. Now you want this thing to continue. The downside that I personally see, and this is the problem that I bloody have with this specific setup, is that we don't because of the way that I trade at the moment, this here is technically your break of structure, right? For this reversal. That's your break of structure. And this candle has failed to close above that break of structure. And this is the kind of little issue that I've been having with my back testing on this, is I'm running with the whole mentality of break of structure and continuation, but on this setup, I have to kind of ignore that from the strategy. From what I've tested, the break of structure doesn't really work, and I have to just ignore the break of structure. Or otherwise, you end up with a very shit entry, and you end up with a shit risk to reward. So, the 2-to-1 is fine on this setup so far, but you can, if you get this right at the right location, you can find that this will run to wherever the next big draw is, which is essentially these last equal highs through here, right? Anywhere through here, in my opinion. So, yeah, you can get like a 3, 4, 5-to-1, etc. So this would probably be the trade idea that I should be taking in today. But I'm not going to take it because, like I said, I'm still working my way up to it. But let's leave this on the screen and see how this would play out. Sheng says Asia accumulation, London manipulation, and then New York distribution. Yeah. But we might also get a micro play out in there as well. Shenlong. They really want to push today because we haven't gone up for liquidity above 25,400 in a long time. Whether we reject, I don't know, but I believe with high VIX, tons of put options being held. Yeah. That's on a 1-to-1 to risk to reward to pass evals faster. You mean as in like this trade setup, like the continuation? You can do. You can do a 1-to-1 on the evals if you want to try to pass them. Obviously, it's high risk, but yeah. Ahoy says, "Am I going to trade today?" Probably not, man, because we've already swept the Asia low. I'm looking for longs, but yeah, at this stage, for pretty well the first 3 months of this year, my goal was to trade my Asia sweep strategy. Asia high, Asia low, or the Friday low longs. That was what I wanted to trade for at least the first 3 months until I'd quit my job, and then I had more time to focus on trend continuation trades, and then I want to start taking more trades or these style of trades. But yeah, the old VIX, mate, from what I learned last night in the stream and with this weird market volatility that we've been having, it's made me get a little bit emotional and feel a little bit funny the last couple of days, to the point where, yeah, I've been very tempted in taking other trades or other trade ideas, but I still haven't narrowed in this trend continuation trade yet. So I would like to try to dial that in over the next couple of weeks and come up with a bit of a plan on how I'm going to do it, and then maybe start that trade. But yeah, just trying to find time in the day. Dividend Cake says, "Morning, Benny. NFP day today. You reckons we're going sideways?" I completely agree with the sideways thing. Yeah. I just think maybe London might want to sweep again. Yesterday was shit because we swept both sides of the liquidity in London. So London opened, we swept the bottom range of the Asia low, And then we went straight up and we swept out the Asia high right here at 2000. Swept the Asia high. And when it does that in a very short period of time, it's the reason why I ended the stream last night. For anyone who came back past and was like, oh, Benny's not streaming anymore. That's the reason why. So whenever this happens, typically what you see is price will just range sideways for a very long period of time until the US Open, which it pretty well did. Yeah, it slightly melted a little bit through here around that 740, but there's nothing there for me to take. So hence why once this pretty well happened last night and I missed that whole trade setup, I was like, well, I'm just going to like call it a night. There's no point staying on because this is going to do absolutely nothing. This is textbook. Asia range sweep, very quick, very short, very fast. And once London does it, and it doesn't, if London punched through the Asia high here and retested, it would continue on for a continuation. But it didn't. It literally rejected hard and then just bounced and then started melting. And as soon as you see that happen, it was like, it's pretty well over. Each one of these candles is 5 minutes, right? So once you get 4 or 5 of these candles start pulling back like this, it's like, well, she's not going to go back up. So at this stage, we've swept the Asia low. Let's see what happens here on how fast this thing might actually want to come up and see if it wants to keep continuing up or whether or not this break of structure is going to fail and then it's just going to continue down a little bit more. Good work, Dividend. Benny, how do these influencers always seem to take winning trades? Is it possible? Yeah, I mean, like, if you trade enough, then yeah. If you're a scalp trader, you got to work out what kind of trader you are. Yeah, there's traders like me who will take, 2 to 3 trades a week, one every second day at least. And we're just one and done. We are probably going in with a bit more size than the average trader, but once we're done, we're done. And then you've got, traders that are trading the 1 minute time frame. Look, my personal opinion is if you want to trade the 1 minute time frame and you want to take 5 to 10 trades a day, I don't think Asia and London are for you for that. That's my personal opinion. I just don't think they move enough to warrant you taking 10-ish or 15 trades per day. You'll probably need the US session for that because you're going to probably need the order flow and you're going to need more levels of liquidity to be wiped and reversed, etc. So, yeah. But anyone who trades Asia, anyone who trades London, typically they're going to be probably 2-3 trades, like absolute max. And they're either going to go for swing trades like I do, or you're going to be going for, or you're just going to be going for like 10, 20 point moves off of a liquidity level that Asia might not be able to hold. And that's it. There's that 3 minute FVG. Getting a bit of respect off of it. Yeah, so Sinister uses the 100 ticks. That's another thing as well. Like, if you want to take like more than 10 or 20 trades a day, sometimes taking taking the tick chart is pretty good as well. But I don't know. I feel like then you're really playing a video game. It's like you're really just looking for a certain pattern to formulate or for some critical level to be hit, and then you're just kind of like pressing a couple of buttons. I wouldn't be surprised, like if you were really that good at doing it and you were right all the time. I just really don't understand why a bot couldn't do it, because it would probably be way faster. Because if you had to think about entering the trade and then you left click your mouse button and then you entered, and then when something presented that you shouldn't be in and then you thought about it and then you press the close button or your flatten button, I reckon a bot would be 10 times faster than yourself. And I reckon if you can figure out how to scalp trade some kind of pattern on the tick chart, because I traded the tick chart, traded the 44 range tick chart when I was starting out. Then I switched to the 144 tick chart. It's fucking quick in the US session. It's quick. Like you're like pretty well on the finger on the space bar. Press space bar, you're in a trade. Press space bar again, it'll fill you out of the order, and that's pretty well all you're doing. You're just sitting there, just pressing the space bar in an order, out an order, in an order, out of the order. And I'd take 22, 23 trades in a day. Yeah, you just got to work out what you want to trade, official. I just don't really have the the brain capacity or the focus to trade that stuff. $4 o'clock open sweep down to 60s and reclaim would be nice for a long to 150. Yep. Yeah, it is. You're right. I want to get away from scalping, to be honest. Yeah. It's just too full on, man. Like, it's way too full on. Like, you watch Rips do it, man. Like, credit to the guy. He does come across like the type of guy, though, that can easily put up with that stuff. Like, he seems like he's like full ADHD guy. Could you imagine what he would have been like in business? Elite says, Benny, just trade levels that are holding. Yeah, been there, done that. Doesn't always work. Turtle trading. Yeah. Sounds exhausting. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Like playing CS2, Sinister. Sonny Horwell, Trades by Matt is a very good scalper. Yeah. I started trading NASDAQ because of Matt. I watched him for many years before I started trading futures. But he uses the DOM and the order flow. And all he waits for is, well, I mean, I haven't really probably watched him for the last probably 3 to 6 months. So I assume he's still trading the same thing. I've seen a couple of his videos. I watch his vlog videos sometimes. But yeah, obviously he's just looking for those reactions off of big orders on the DOM, right? So as soon as a big order comes up on the DOM that's been there, I mean, he's just like kind of front running it and then hoping that it wicks into it and then bounces for 10 points and he's in and out, right? So there you go. There goes that idea of the that continuation. So all we've done on the 5-minute now, so we've broken my low range, which is good. We've put in a lower high, and this is obviously the lower low. So that's a lower high. So now we want to put in another lower low down here, and then we want to put in a lower high, and we want to continue this in my model, right, as we go down into a key level of some sort, which could just be this resting liquidity from last night, down here. Maybe even this inverted fair value gap down here. I think that was a 4 hour. Can't remember now. Was it a 4 hour? Might just be a 1 hour. Yeah, it's a 1 hour. Might even get a tap down into that. Might even just tap that low. It's a 4 hour low. See you later, AC. Have a good one, dude. Dividend cake. So I did some back testing on that last night because I thought the same thing. I just got to trust my model, dude. So Friday night was the only trade I actually missed. So last night's trade and Monday night's trade, even though I did talk about them and say that, holy shit, they worked out, I should have taken it. In hindsight, when I looked back at them last night and finished off my testing, it turns out that, they definitely did not have any displacement in them. There was no IFVG at all. And I pretty well have like a 0 win rate when I take a break of structure with no IFVG. So I shouldn't have been taking Monday's trade, and I shouldn't have taken last night's trade anyway. They just happened to work out, and it falls inside my 9% win rate on the no IFVG strategy. So I did the right thing. I was just mentally beating myself up over it for absolutely nothing. But when I went back and retested it and I re-looked at it and I was off stream last night, I realized I was pretty well beating myself up over it over nothing. So it's all good. The Friday trade, however, yes, that one I screwed up. Definitely stuffed it up. So I took the first trade on Friday night and that was a loser. And then there was the second entry and I didn't take the second entry. Now, but I had a very valid reason why I didn't take the second entry. I didn't take the second entry because we only finished the month at the time after that first losing trade. I had only finished February up 6K. So in my head, I was like, if I take another trade here on a second entry, I will end up, if it was a stop loss, I'll only end up 3K for the month, which will really piss me off, right? And yeah, like, you know, you have to ask yourself that question sometimes, like, do I take the second trade and hopefully and just pray that it works out, or am I going to be more pissed off if I don't take the trade and it actually works? Well, yeah, I mean, I was in capital preservation on Friday night and I stuck to capital preservation and yeah, the trade worked out. So it was a bit of a kick in the dick. But Friday night was the only one that worked out. The rest of them this week, they actually technically weren't even my trade set up, so I don't have to worry about them. Jai says ITF is like that. You have to take a break from scalping for a while. Yeah. Oh, Green Rador says, do you think we'll see another sale today? As in, like, the market selling off? me personally, I was kind of expecting the market to be bullish overall today on the NFP. I just feel like maybe they want to send this thing back up a little bit. I just feel like there's more liquidity resting above price. So we'll bring up bookmap and we'll have a look and see what's going on. I still forgot to load the damn thing. I just feel like everyone's already in this like fear-mongering stage, right? No worries, Divin. M-Stone says, heading into the week, oil prices at the highest they've been since July 2024. It's hard to see the market rallying into an uncertain weekend. Yeah, very true. Very true. I think for me, I'd rather just aim for liquidity, right? Well, there you go. There you go. Look at that. There's a monster order. 261 orders at 67.80. Oh, that's at the PDL. That's good. That's very good. Maybe they want to go for that. In fact, there's actually not much resting above price. There's a few hundred blocks. But we've been seeing 100 blocks on the ES a lot. There is a 300 lot at 67.20. Interesting. There you go. There you go. Maybe we'll go down instead. Interesting. This 67.20 is at Tuesday's low. And then above price, we have a 100 block at 6,900. And that's it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, these levels are not guaranteed to be hit, but it just gives you more of an idea. Like, if you are short bias today and the market goes down, well, then you're on edge, right? You pick the right edge. NASDAQ, this thing's been dead on liquidity pretty well since, like, February. So 220. And that's it. That's a long way down, man. That is a long way down. Jesus. That's like all the way down here. Jesus, imagine if we had that sell off today. Whack. That'd be an 800 point drop, 3.3%. I mean, hey, it's happened before. Look at this one over here. I mean, we dropped down the other day, 2.7%. Nothing's impossible with the NASDAQ. I think those orders at 150 might still be there as well. No, they're not. They're gone. Okay, the orders at 150 are gone. I'll delete the orders at 150. All right, there's more liquidity below price. So we'll see who ends up coming out right on this one. If we are right that this is accumulation and this ends up being manipulation somewhere into here, and then US is distribution, we're either going to get a continuation distribution or we're going to get a reversal distribution. I bet you today they're going to do whatever they want to do. No idea. No idea what they want to do, guys. We're not going to be able to predict it. We're just going to have to see what the chart tells us as we play this out and see whether or not we get it right. Gold is setting up a weekly bearish engulfing on bearish divergence. Yeah, right. So then that means next week it's going to pump. Pretty well every time you add a bearish engulfing candle or even a bearish week on gold, it just pumps the next week after. It's probably a good buying opportunity. I heard someone say the other day, they're like, I don't know who it was. Someone said, I think it was Gary Stevenson. I think Gary Stevenson said he's long on gold until 6K or 6.5. He was on some interview I watched yesterday. And he goes, I'm significantly long in gold into 6.5. I'm pretty sure that was the number he called out. But I don't follow gold, so yeah. There's a lot of calls for 5K in the money on gold that are going to expire worthless. Is that for Fridays? Friday, what, like 0 DTEs now? For the third Friday of the month. But do you really want to be trying to... I got to be honest though, like, are you like, if you go to the weekly time frame here, like if you go to that weekly time frame, are you seriously at all thinking that after today this thing's going down? I mean, fuck. Like, you had a bearish week here, and then you had a second bearish week only just. I wouldn't even call that a bearish week because it still stayed inside that range. Bearish week, bull. Bearish week, bull. 2 bearish weeks, bull. A bearish week, bull. Every time there was a bearish week or 2 back to back, it was bull. I don't know, man, if you want to be thinking that the next 2 weeks is going to be bearish on the gold. Damn. That's a pretty hard bet. And like, I bet you on this week there's a lot of resting orders that still need to be filled and imbalanced in here. I should bring up that that interview with Gary Stevens again. I'm sure if I can find it and see what he says in there and pay a bit more attention to it. Dividend cake, I legit have never placed a trade on gold, silver, oil, nothing. No metals, no nothing. The Russell I got pretty close to trading at one point, but once again, no. Never ended up trading it. But it's just been, realistically, 99% of my trades after I left crypto was NASDAQ. And it's only been late last year and early this year that I started trading majority of the S&P 500 with NASDAQ as confluence. E, what did I take profit for? Bad luck, dude. She's sliding now. Notice what you said about the weekly, but also on the daily structure, it could be in danger for the next few weeks. Yeah, I mean, like I said, M Stone, I mean, I don't trade it, so I'm not familiar with how it moves, but, you know, just yeah, obviously if that's what you do and that's what you stick to, then yeah, stick to your edge and stick to trying to predict that stuff because, yeah, that's what you should do. But yeah, for me personally, dude, yeah, I just don't, I don't know, looking at that, I like the idea of even contemplating shorts on that is just like, I just feel like it's a suicide, straight up suicide. Elite says, Benny, stop talking, watch the market. There's nothing for me to trade here, mate. There's nothing for me to trade. It's just dumping. I don't short from Asia low. I reckon oil price is going to be 120. Damn. Damn. I think they said Australia's reserves are down to like 30 days or something, or 28 days. I was like, okay. Luckily for me, I don't really need a lot of fuel for anything. I was thinking of going on a holiday in the next couple of weeks and go over to the coast of Australia somewhere, which involved like 16 hours of driving one way. And by the way, that's like not even 5% of the Australian continent. But yeah, I don't know. If these fuel prices keep staying the way they are, then goddamn. Thanks, Turbo. Cheers, man. Official says break of structure, like created, low created? Nah, man. Nah, no break of structure there, dude. This thing's just melting down, mate. Melting down. All you can do from here is turn on your Lux Algo Fair Value Gap indicator. It'll show you the Fair Value gaps on the way down. Right? And you just try to catch a short on each one of these Fair Value gaps as you go. That's all you can do. Or you just close your eyes and just enter a short. Just shut your eyes and just enter and see what happens. And then come back to me after a year and tell me what your win rate is. And whether you quit your job to go full-time trading. Jacob, could I ask your opinion about leaving runners? So in 99% of my years of trading and learning different strategies and ideas and running data analytics on nearly every single trade idea that there was for whatever concept that I was going to trade, every single time I said, hey, let's scale out 70%, 60%, whatever, and then let's let the rest run. You ended up making less money over 300 trades. So you legit end up in a position where you ask yourself the question, like, you could have just taken full TP at 2 or 3 to 1, right? And then you could have just taken the whole lot off the table there and then and bagged that amount. But instead, you decide to only take like a partial off and then you let the other bit run to wherever the next bit's going to go. And then if you actually test it, it probably only really works like maybe 50% of the time. And then when you work out how much extra you made as opposed to it coming full reverse back and hitting your stop loss, in the end, you just realize that you're probably better off just targeting a 2.2 to 1 and just never scale out and be out of the position. So, yeah, you should always do back testing on your strategy to try to work it out and what works for you. But so far from all my testing, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. M Stone says, I thought you were in England. Nah, man. I'm in Australia, dude. Official says you might as well go to the casino at that point. Yeah, exactly, dude. Hey, Turbo, your first day at work today, man. Good luck. Good luck. Today was my last day at work. Trader says you won't take a short, but you won't take a long. That's right, mate. It's called patience, dude. If my trade setup's not there, I'm not going to take it. Why would I go short here? I think you're just gambling, Elite. I don't think you actually know how to trade. I think you're just closing your eyes and just taking random trades. I don't do that. You're either trading off order flow, which is good, or you're just randomly guessing going, oh, this looks heavy, I'm just going to short it. But what are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do tomorrow when you see this? Are you going to long here? Turbo? Not Turbo. Elite, are you going to long here or are you going to short this? How many trades are you going to take inside this chop? And are you gonna long here? Are you gonna long this? Because there's an uptrend, and get stopped out there, get stopped out there, get stopped out there, get stopped out there, get stopped out there. Like, or are you gonna long here and then get stopped out there? Like what are you actually trading? I mean, I'm not saying your trading strategy is wrong. I'm just saying, like, if you think that I'm not entering a trade because this is melting down and I should just be shorting this right now, then every time I see a red candle, I should press the sell button. Every time I see a blue candle, I should press the buy button. How much money am I going to lose in between here if I did that? No, I see massive short contracts, so I got in. You're trading blind. Okay, sure. Ozzy said, I missed the start of your stream. Did you catch a trade? Nah, dude. Nah. We haven't swept anything. If anything, looking back in hindsight, obviously I start trading at 3 o'clock. Like, now that this is obviously melted down here, like theoretically, this is essentially the short here. Oh, your breaker structure's more there. So theoretically, this would be the short here. But when I came into the stream, this looked like absolute beautiful consolidation here. So that looked really good for accumulation. With this downward leg at the start, looked like a reversal back up into distribution, which is pretty well what we got last night. We had that last night here. Right here. And it looked like it was the same thing. There was your accumulation, and then it just came down, wicked out this low, and then she just ran straight up. It looked like the exact same thing. So that's why I like this here. Like, yeah, it kind of looked like it was going to do the same thing. Ah, shit, another Kimmel. Dollar is pumping, NAS is dumping. At the moment, they are filling all the larger orders on the way down on the bid. Love watching bookmap. Still got to get to 6,800 yet, which is where that first liquidity level is. Which is all the way down here. Fly speed, so you're going to buy on no single market's falling. Yeah, elite. Do you know you don't have to use caps lock for everything, mate? I think we brought this up last night too, you know. Elite says he's old. That's okay. You're not old, man. You're only 54. It's all good. It's all good, mate. Dude Monkey, just won yourself a free Tradeify account? How'd you do that, man? Where was my entry? Did you put an entry in for me as well? Sick, dude. Well done. I'm really keen to trade with those guys. When I get my next payout, if I get my next payout, I don't even know if I'm even eligible for another payout. I think I might be. I don't know. I haven't actually looked, but I think I've only got. I think I've only got 4 days green. I think I need 1 more day green. I'll probably get an account with those guys on my next payout for sure, and take Profit Trader. I think I'm actually gonna try to get like four accounts, but I'll go across 4 prop firms, like all the top ones that I know, and give it a shot. So congrats, man. Well done. Zartrader is the ES cleaner to look at than NQ on the bookmap. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know if it's just my bookmap. I've only had bookmap now for 2 weeks on stream. And yeah, we've been trying to I've been trying to incorporate it, but I haven't had time to play around with it just yet. But it definitely looks a lot different than the ES does. The ES, I don't know, I don't know what it is. The ES just looks so clean, so simple and easy to read, but it's technically the same chart. So it's just weird. It's weird how it prints the heat map. It looks good. A lot of people try to use the add-on called Light. It's like CME Light or something. I have it. I've tried it. I reckon this looks better. But yeah. But yeah, the ES is just clean as on here. So clean. All right, is that 4-hour FVG, IFVG that we're coming into? It doesn't even give a shit about it. It's just coming straight through it. So I reckon I'm just going to delete it because obviously it doesn't care. Actually, you know why it probably doesn't care? Probably doesn't care because it never balanced it, did it? Yeah, it never balanced it. So, yeah, okay. That's probably why I don't care. Look, we have this straight up move here so far. Straight back down. Oh, you got it on there live? Sick. You're going to attempt a long on that res level you charted out? The res level? The liquidity level? I won't go straight long off of here, but if we see a bounce from here, I mean, we're just not making any lower lows right now. We haven't printed a lower low. This thing's just melting. It's just straight down melt. Straight down melt. Can I please explain how to use bookmap? There's a few videos already online about it. Feel free to go check them out. I'll just quickly give you a quick rundown so I don't bore everyone on the stream. But long story short is you have kind of 3 settings at the top here that you really care about. You've got the heat map style setting here, which the red one is the best one. And then you probably prefer to have it maxed out to the right. And then you've got these 2 options here, which are your slider scales. So the lower I put these down, the more orders I see on the screen, the more noisier it gets. So you don't really care or want those orders because they don't really mean anything. You're really only after the major level. So you turn that to max. And then your other one is these volume dots. Personal preference, or majority of people recommend 60%. So just over halfway, so that you can see them, but not see them so much that they overtake each other or overlap, but enough for you to be able to see them. And then that's pretty well it. You can run the SVP, which is a session range volume, but I don't know. I've never found that personally helps me. I don't really care about it. Then you've got the current order book orders, which is very critical because you get to see where the big blocks are, which is where these orange and red orders are. The longer these lines have been drawn here back in history, the more confluent they are, because it means that they've been a static order, limit order, been sitting there for a very long time. So they're very handy. But ones that come and go, like these ones up here, you can pretty well ignore them because they're just spoof orders, or they're just whatever. They might just be orders that hedge fund managers are putting in orders, but they just have a bracket order preset to that level or percentage mark, and then so it puts the order there, and then until they've actually ran their risk management and moved their orders around, then it will move it for them, like same as what we do, right? So, yeah. But that's it. You're just kind of looking for these really large order blocks. So these orders are quite big down here. We got 122, which is kind of big. But the bigger ones that I'm more interested in is this 6780, because that's nearly 300 orders, 400 orders just resting around there. Just want to see what price is going to do. It's going to come in, fill these, or whether it's going to continue to sell off. No worries, dude. Oh, and just so you know, orders that are below price is buy orders. And then orders above price is sell orders. So we can't see limit buy orders above price, and we can't see limit sell orders below price for breakout traders. So you have no idea whether or not there's 200 orders here resting here for buy orders, but there could be potentially 500 orders of sell orders there. So price comes down, fills all of the sell and buy orders, but there's more sell orders here, and so then price just continues to dump. We don't know that. We never get told that information. So you only get to see buy orders below and that. So hence why when price comes down to one of these levels, typically you will see a bounce of price from these, because these are buy orders, and when people are buying up the market, it's obviously acting as support, right? So you should see some type of bounce there. But you have to be careful. It's not a guarantee that price is going to come in, touch these orders, and then bounce. That's not always what happens. There's many times you even may see, well, here is a good example. Like we tapped into these orders here, and we just sold straight through them. Didn't even give a shit about them. So far, we're struggling here at the moment, tapping into these orders. We're struggling to sell through them yet. So we just got to be sitting on our hands and be patient and wait for them to sell through this. We might have our first green candle after 25 minutes, if this candle can hold strong. And that'll actually put in our next lower low, because our lower lows here and our lower highs up here, and we've done nothing in between. 20 seconds. Yeah, M-Stone. Correct. So yeah, the majority of it's more stable. So like when the Nasdaq and the QQQ are going absolutely bunters and being high volatility, the ES will follow a little bit and it will go with it, but it doesn't get those insane SMT divergences or whatever that you get from just the Nasdaq. So I've just personally found that I have a better win rate on the ES when I take a trade because it's more stable. I don't get wicked out in trades or stop hunted. Hey, big shout out to Jacob. He passed his eval. Good work. Good work, Jacob. There you go. There's your little liquidity sweep. Dart 23. I'll let you off this one time, man. But you have to do a favor and you have to smash the like button, alright? It's all good, dude. Nah, I haven't, troops. I want to try the icebergs as well. So now that I've quit my job and I'm going full time next week, I hopefully will have a little bit more time to play around with some of that stuff. So it'd be pretty cool to set up the icebergs. And yeah, I do also want to play around with the with the bubbles a little bit too. ITF, the cup and handle at the 300 didn't play out. Am I missing something? At the 300. I don't know. Maybe that was yesterday. Bad luck. Oxstar, you passed your eval yesterday as well. Nice work, dude. Congratulations. Are you trading it today, or are you going to take the day off and just trade another eval in the meantime? The broker on the left is called Quant Tower. I don't know why the ES chart is not showing my numbers here unless I hover over it. But yeah, this is called Quant Tower. And it's pretty good software. I don't mind it. NinjaTrader is really good as well. I haven't used NinjaTrader, but it is just as good. If not, it might actually be slightly better. So yeah, I don't have any issues with Quant Tower at all, other than there is a specific lagging issue that it has, and you have to try to stop it from happening. There's a few settings you got to do, but other than that, it's pretty good. It's way better than Tradeovate, I can tell you that right now. But I only use it to execute trades. That's all I use it for. I just literally press the buy or sell button in there, and that's it. I use Trading View for everything else. You're sitting out today and chilling? Beautiful, dude. That's a very good idea. Just relax. It's a Friday. Just come back in next week. You'll be laughing. Oh, the cup and handle formed at the end of New York. Well, the technical target was supposed to be... yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so she just ran out of steam. 300 was your target? Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. If anyone's looking for a bounce here, we've wiped all these orders. But they were only 114-ish orders. If I'm going to see a bounce at the moment, I would be seeing a bounce at 67.80 somewhere. Somewhere within a 5-point range of that, I would see a bounce. And if we don't bounce there and we just sell straight through this, look out, because 67.20 is coming next with 350 orders. Which is all the way down here. This is going to be a monster sell-off today, guys, if this happens. And I'll be honest, if you were in shorts before, and you're still in a short right now, it's going to be a big payday if we go down there. The best thing about Tradeovate is that I can trade on TradingView. Yeah, it's probably the only good thing about it. It's a pity that their data feed is the thing that goes down, though, when they crash, not the software. Yeah, Dar, we gave back all profits for 2026 the other day. I saw on the SPY. So, yeah, we're just back at the range low. We start getting pretty bearish when we get under the quarterly low as well. I used to have them marked out, but I realized last night I don't have them marked out anymore. I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure I didn't see it. Yeah, I used to have the quarterlies marked out, all the quarterly opens. The quarterly opens actually have some pretty solid weight to them. When we drop below a quarterly open and we hang around down below a quarterly open, each one, for every one that you surpass, you start getting more and more and more bearish. Yeah. But this is what we're trading in, guys. Like, this is all good. This here is all fine. There's nothing wrong with this. This is all normal. Totally normal. Totally normal. Normal, normal, normal. It's all good. It's fine. This is shit. That is bad. This is really shit here. So we want to get out of this. We want to get out of this as fast as we bloody can. We either want to go down. Down's fine. Fine. If we're going to go down, just send it down. But if we're going to go up, let's send it up. I just want to get out of this channel because, yeah. It's been very hard trading inside this channel. And we just got to be patient because you're going to get these markets throughout your career. And when these tough times like this come, you got to really dial in and be patient. Dara, I'm like leaning pretty bearish now, man. Pretty bearish into these orders. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Pretty bearish now, man. We have that big daily trend line through here, this big green trend line. Like, if we were going to punch out of this in the UK session and we're going to come in at NFP, then I'd probably expect this maybe to continue, but it's clearly not cared about these equal highs up here. It doesn't give a shit about them. It's finished. It's done. Obviously, it wants to roll over. So when we do that, the next draw on liquidity really is the next PDL down here is kind of the next target. And if we have a look at the ES in my opinion is way cleaner. We just tapped that liquidity level, which is gone now. Now the next one we have is 67.80. Back in a sec, guys. Just going to go to the toilet and grab a drink. I'll be back. I see you riding, grinding. Oh my god, really? What the fuck? I go out for 5 fucking minutes and there's a fucking trade? Oh my god. No way. No way. Why? Boys. What the fuck? What the fuck? No way. 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 Of the whole night that I decided to walk out of here. Are you fucking serious? I wonder if I can get a retest. 68.12. How many points did we run? 34. Oh, I've done it again. Fuck's sake. Well, I have to take that. I have to take that. That was a break of structure. Break of the Asia low. We swept all this PM like liquidity here. I mean, I got to take that. I can't not. It's everything on the model. The only down and it's not a short either. It's a long. So the VIX is over. The VIX is at 23.8%, and I have more higher favor of longs working out when that's the case. So I'm definitely on the right side of the model. So let's see if this works or whether we get stopped out. Yeah, I'm in a trade. Woo! Hey, you fake. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. You probably came around last night and realized we were not on stream anymore. I pretty well pulled the pin early last night. It wasn't really worth it in the end. Took an overnight trade, caught the move down 3 micros. Beautiful, dude. GG. How do you take an overnight trade? Oh, wait, as in like, right, okay, as in like Asia, London trade. I think I get you. Troop says it would frustrate me seeing the delay discrepancy between the net P&L between accounts on Quantower. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really pay any attention to it. I only show them down there just so you guys can see them and just for me to know whether or not I'm actually in the trade. Benny, can you post a link for VIX? So if you just go here and just look up VIX, it's the volatility S&P 500. It's this here. That's the ticker symbol. VIX. That's it. You've been trading like shit, so you're just paper trading. Yeah, like honestly, dude, this market at the moment is pretty tough. It's like really tough. It's definitely beating. It's definitely beating a few traders up from what I can see. I mean, yeah, we can only try our best, dude, and trade with what we can see. We're always going to run into periods in the market that are very tough. You put it on before you went to bed? Yeah, right. Good entry. Yeah, well, it's actually slightly lower entry than what I probably would have got if I went in on the close of that 5-minute break of structure candle. So, yeah, not bad. I find it easier holding trades longer when they don't have extended drawdowns before making the move. Yeah, right. Troops, now that you are going full time, are you planning to have a live account alongside prop accounts? I am, Troops. Yeah, I'm trying. So I've got a mate of mine. I used to play games with him. He actually had his own brokerage account, a company, quite a few years ago, about 4 years ago. Sold it for a monster amount of money. We're talking almost 9 figures. He was a part owner in it, and he's actually re-entered the space recently. After many years of a non-compete clause is closed off, and he's actually got his own. He's got a new system that he's up and running now. Yeah, and I'm like, it's CFDs, predominantly CFDs. So I've been chatting to him, but he messaged me the other day, and I said to him that I wanted to trade on live account, and he said that I could probably use their system once it's up and running. And I haven't heard from him. I've messaged him like 5 times in the last week going, dude, we need to chat. We need to catch up. Because, yeah, I do want to start a live account. Obviously, now that I've been getting some payouts with prop firms, it would be nice to run a live account. I don't know how to trade live. I've never traded live on futures before, so it'll be all new to me, and it'll be cool because I'll be able to create videos on it and take you guys through that process of me learning as well. So, yeah, I will see what happens over the next few weeks, but I would like to try to see if I can have something up and running by like April. So like in about another month's time. That would be pretty cool. I just don't know how it works with the are CFDs more beneficial tax-wise in Australia compared to futures? Absolute no idea, Troops. In Australia, the tax system's pretty straightforward. It's literally it's just income tax. That's all it is. So it's just a flat rate. Variable based on how much income you have, but it's just flat, just income tax. There's nothing else to it. So it's pretty straightforward in Australia. So yeah, I'll hopefully hear from him. I'm hoping soon. I do only talk to him in Discord, so I wouldn't say he's the most reliablest guy. He travels the world like 24/7. He doesn't even have a house. He literally just travels 24/7. So I did hear he was going to move back to Australia soon, but I don't know what's happening with that. So yeah, I'm hoping maybe we'll chat in the next few weeks when he reads my message, and then I can get on a Zoom call with him. He can show me how to use the system, the platform. I can probably throw some dollars in there. And then we can see whether or not we link a trade copier between Quant Tower and that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe I have to trade the live account on my laptop, and then I just trade prop firms on here, and you guys see this, and then you just take my word for the other account. Either that, or I spawn up another Discord, and I have my laptop log into the Discord on the other one, and then I like stream it in Discord for you. I don't know. We'll figure all that out as time goes on. Obviously, like I said, I've only just finished my job only a few hours ago, so all this will progressively happen over the year. Morning, Graham. Graham Evans, what's up, dude? Yeah, so he actually has like a trading platform. So they're not actually like a broker, I'm pretty sure. They're just a trading platform. So it's their software. So it's like Quant Tower, like NinjaTrader. It's their own version of it. and yeah, I won't give out any names because I don't know whether or not I don't know how like legit live and everything else is of it yet. Yeah, and I don't know what he's going to be doing just yet, so I won't leak the name yet. But yeah, the website's up and running. It's all there. It looks like you can now log in, create accounts and stuff. Looks all pretty good. So yeah, hopefully he can get back to me and I can suss it out. But yeah, like I said, I've got some capital already in a live account on IBKR that I haven't touched in like over a year. So yeah. What was that news about? Something happened. Something happened just then. Lol, get smoked. Truth says, I'm always a little bit concerned with Quantower because its head office is not that far from the front lines of Ukraine. Really? Yeah, right. That's interesting. That's an interesting statistic. Which one would you go with? The daily has a 2.1k buffer before the daily payouts kick in. Flex, because I don't give a shit getting paid out every 5 days. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to get paid out daily. Like, that's getting paid out daily is just it's just an addiction, right? It's like it doesn't need to happen. Your daily loss limit, I hate the daily loss limit thing. It's just, you've got an account that has a set of drawdown in it. Let me use the drawdown. You put this daily loss limit in there because it's like, oh, but it protects you. It protects you as a trader. No, it doesn't. It just makes you just hit it even faster. And then it screws you over, forces you to come back the next day to trade. And then guess what? You have less of a drawdown the next day, puts you under more pressure, puts you under more stress, and then you hit it again, and then you blow on the account. And now you just wasted 2 days. I'd rather just waste 1 day playing with the account and hitting it. That's my personal thought. Yeah. So definitely, I like the flex. Flex is good. Anyone long NQ? Well, I'm long the ES, but not the NQ. Looking at getting an advanced alpha futures account, a bit more expensive. Oh, the advanced one. Says, what prop firm have no daily loss limit? I know it's a tough question to answer, mate. Don't they all not have a daily loss limit? They've all got one at least somewhere. If anyone wants to see Elite Trader's video he's made for us, it's he's posted it in the general chat in Discord. You can watch it at your own free will. I won't replay it on the stream, but I'm watching it. You can go check it out there. Good video, dude. Good video. You should have stayed in, mate. Elite, I don't have any issues with order flow trading. I used to do it. When I first started, I used to trade order flow. I do know how it works, but it's just too much of a headache for me. It's too much concentration, too much full-on noise, too much analyzing, too much scrutineering, too much cross-referencing. It's too much. It doesn't suit me. It doesn't suit my personality. So hence why I don't trade it. Not anymore. But good on you, dude. If it works for you, stick at it, dude. Stick at it. Obviously, whatever software you're using there is nice and clean and clear as well. So that'll obviously help you. When I used to trade order flow footprint charts like that, I would use the Delta. I think you're using Delta. I couldn't quite fully tell, but yeah, I used to use the Delta. So yeah. mate. What's up? Hey, buddy. We're in a trade, mate. We're in a trade. Yeah, and it's just taken forever to do anything. Yes. Yep. The F1s are on this weekend in Melbourne. Should be a good Sunday. Probably going to be watching it. Well done, Elite. GG, my man. Dude Monkey, you're flying out tomorrow for it? What time do you land? Are you going on like a red eye or something? Land around midday. Yeah, sick, dude. Well, I hope you have fun, mate. Hope you have fun. Make sure you take some photos and put it in Discord. Only going to the race? Okay. You going to go to the casino on Saturday night? Damn right. Oh, look at this big level coming up here. 68, 68, 67. Ooh, we might have an inside bar on the 1 hour here. There you go, elite trader. What does your statistics tell you about an inside bar on the order flow? Are we pulling an all-nighter? Dude, so I don't really drink anymore, right? I just I might have like one beer or a scotch or something if I go out for dinner with friends or family or something. And today at work, at lunchtime, I had an imperial pint. And no shit, whenever I do that, like my afternoon is just a write-off. I just get like super tired, super lethargic, very chilled out, like really quiet. And I kid you not, like I'm feeling like I'm crashing right now because of that beer, because I had one today on the last day, and it's like, yeah, the thought of me staying up until like 1 o'clock right now is just like, that can't happen. No way. I feel like I'm gonna my head's gonna blow up. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's not like this market is fun to trade, so it's not like I'm like keen as to stay up anyway. Is the Pope Catholic? What? Which Pope? Of course he is, isn't he? If oil breaks the pivot, $85 in the next hours, we are coming back down hard. It has room to 88. Oh, oil if it breaks up. Yeah, right. What's your analysis right now? We're going to the moon, baby. We're going to the moon. Analysis right now? No fucking idea. Basically, no idea. I'm in a long. We broke structure. We've attempted to try to recover. And now I'm very fascinated to see what happens in the next 13 minutes on this 1 hour candle. Yeah. He's my dad. Not sure, Peter. Not sure. Don't on the on my indicator, I don't have the daily. I don't have the 200 EMA. I've got the 200 daily SMA, but my daily SMA is all the way down here. Alex wants to take the liquidation at 24,790. Any reason why? It's the second one. We're at the weekly value area low here, where we just bounced off here. Interesting. Interesting. At the end of the day, we've got to break one side of this pendant that we're kind of forming here, right? We have to break one side of it, surely. 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 Do we aim for the Asia highs, or do we aim for these draws up here that I was looking at before? Ooh. I'll be honest, guys. I'll be happy if I just took out an Asia high and then fucking just call it a week. Be green on the week, green on the day, and then be happy that I survived, and then come back next week and be like, okay, let's see what this week brings us. Take 1 week at a time at this stage, guys. Let's get the magnets out, eh? Let's get the magnets out. Tell you what, if NFP rockets this thing up, I think we'll be going higher than the Asia high. And then I'll be probably disappointed that I didn't hold. Who has the cheapest accounts? Usually Apex is, usually with their 90% off. Camel says she is sinking, bro. Slowly but surely. Be careful with your trade. You reckon it's sinking? Is this 1 hour closed yet? 5 more minutes to go. We're creating an inside bar. This is an hourly inside bar candle. I know this this inside bar here is hasn't really done anything. It's gone the other way. I get that, but typically inside bar candles usually are a signal of a reversal. Forecast for NFP is 58k, which is super low. Last month was 130. Yeah, I did read that. I think I read somewhere they said it was 72. I was like, well, that's going to be pretty low. So technically it's bad news. But we don't know what direction they want to send the market in. If it's bad news, does it go down? As we've had this before. Just because it's bad news doesn't mean the market goes down. Needham. What does an inside bar mean? Inside bar just means that there was no sellers in this instance. There was not enough sellers inside that bar to send it back down. And typically, it can be a sign of a reversal signal to go in the other direction. Once again, like all trading stuff, it's not guaranteed. It just has a higher percentage of it reversing when you get an inside bar. And they're very rare. Very, very rare. Like here's one here. There's one there. There's one there. That's just an order block. You want to look for them at certain points too. Like you want them to be at the end of like a sweep. They're pretty rare. You'll be surprised. They're very hard to find. You want them after, not before. You want them after. So like this one here. So you want to sweep a liquidity here, and then you got an inside bar. In fact, this ended up printing basically 3 inside bars, and then price reversed. Not really one. Yeah, here you go. Here's another one. So price ran up really high. Oh, no, that's not one. My bad. That's not one. No. You got to be very... Here you go. Here's one. So price came back down. Bang, inside bar, reversed. Super rare. You hardly ever see them. You got to look for them at the bottom and tops of swings. Nah, that one's not it. Even that one's not it. Super rare, man. Super rare. Nope. Kind of one there. Here's one that failed. So that would have been a swing up, and this would have looked like it would have been putting in a lower high. And then that one's failed. Like I said, they're not all guaranteed, but yeah. So we'll see. What is it called? It's called an inside bar. Inside bar candle. You only want to really look for them on like liquidity sweeps, lows or highs, like swing points really. And I personally think we're at a swing point right here. We have a low, we have a higher low, we have a higher low, and we have a higher low. That's how I look at that. So, yeah. It looks to me like it's forming an inside bar in the spot where I would assume one would be liking to print. Inside bars are really good on like the 5 minute and the 3 minute and stuff. See, here's one. Here's an inside bar on that 5 minute down here, right there. Came down, did a liquidity sweep, your inside bar. And then bang, we reversed. I used to use them heaps back in the day, like on lower time frames, like 3 minute, 5 minute, even sometimes the 1 minute time frame. But I don't know. It's like everything in trading. You learn it, and then you kind of see it a few times, and then eventually you discard it and you move on. And then you find the next thing that tickles your fancy. Colt Dance, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Yo, guys, if you haven't yet, feel free to smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It's completely free to do, and it's at the bottom of the screen. See if we can get to 100 likes on this video. Unless we're already there, and I don't know. What was that, Troy? Jerome Powell said you can essentially wipe off 60K off any number presented? Eh? Is that what Jerome said? And when does he get out of office? Because I think he got, like, he's been sacked, right? Like the other guys coming in. The guy from BlackRock, what's his name? Clint Eastwood or something? Gamble says, I hope not, I'm long. Chop fest, I hate it. Yeah, dude, the last few days have been pretty wild trading, dude. Even the last, like, 3 weeks, really. He said it at a Fed meeting a few months back. Holy shit, dude. Oh, you fake. You've already done? Account's blowing? Oh, shit, dude. Go, Timbo. You can retire now, mate. Get that Lambo. The little plastic car Lambo that is off eBay. $31 is better than negative thousands. Come on, sweep the low of this alley. Oh, SMT. All right, let's keep that. Come on, keep it. Keep the SMT alive. Come on, survive. All right, bounce now. Bounce now. All right, stop. No SMT. Ah, well. You know, if we sell off pretty hard into NFP and we dump really hard, and then NFP comes out and it's bad news, but we've already sold off, then I reckon you pump. See you, buddy. Have a good one, dude. All the best. Camel said, "This say mate is fucking weak, sinking and blowing a lot of accounts." It's going after all those prop firm traders. Oh, well, it's been fun. See what happens here. See if we get stopped out. Might get an SMT. Might get an SMT and might get lucky. You never know. You just never know. That's a nice fat red candle, though. Price actions minge. Tell me about it, dude. Just get out. Vika, once I'm in a trade, man, I really try not to exit it. Just let the thing play out. At the end of the day, man, I've got like a 50-55% win rate, so just let it do its thing. If it's gonna stop me out, it's gonna stop me out. You know what I mean? I can't predict what it's gonna do. So yeah, like I can't predict. I just got to play your edge. That's what trading's all about, right? Like, I mean, yeah, sometimes some people go, oh, you know, like I can try and work out, you know, like if it goes past this certain point, then, you know, then I think I'm going to exit the trade at this. Well, if you think you're going to exit the trade at that point, then why don't you put your stop loss there? I just don't like. Some people are just like that, but good on them. They do what they want to do. Once I'm in the trade, I'm kind of in it. There's been a few times at the start of the year where I did get a little emotional and I tried like closing trades early or whatever and all that shit. But yeah, looking back in hindsight, it just affected me even more, right? How many contracts am I in? 14 per account. Micros. Oh, troops, you re-entered? Yeah, nice, dude. Well done. Thanks, good smoke. Cheers, dude. I've got a position on the ES, mate. On the ES. It's on the left-hand side of the screen. MES H6. Remember, guys, it's New York is it's what do you call it? Daylight savings in New York on the weekend. So next week, New York will be an hour earlier than whatever time you've been coming on. So I stream every day at 3 a.m. New York time. But depending on where you live, if you don't live in New York, because if you live in New York, you'll probably change your time clocks over. But if you don't live in New York and your time clocks are not being changed on the weekend, we will be streaming 1 hour earlier than we have currently been streaming. Thank God for us Aussies. I know, it's going to be so good, dude. It's going to be so good. It's so much better than 1:30. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Nah, no worries, guys. And then we got to wait till Easter for Australia daylight savings. But if you're in Queensland, you don't get it anyway, so it don't matter. Yeah, troops, it's super confusing, dude. It's super confusing and it's shit. And what's even worse, troops, is in South Australia where I'm from. We're 30 minutes behind the eastern states, even though we're like a 40-minute flight from the eastern states. We are 30 minutes behind on the clock. And some watches... So this EcoDrive Citizen that I bought many, 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 many years ago on a cruise ship. And these EcoDrives don't let you go 30 minutes on a time change. So I have to always, if I ever set the time on it, it has to always be set to Eastern Standard Time because I can't do a 30-minute time change on the damn thing. It's like, yeah. So we our state has tried so many times to try to switch the time to be just in line with the Eastern Seaboard because we might as well, but every time it gets proposed, like it just gets shot down within seconds, and then they blame it on farming or some shit. It's the farming cycles will go out. Like, what do you mean the farming cycles go out? We're not changing the position of the Earth. We're not changing the position of the sun and the clouds. You know what I mean? Like, all we're doing is we're just changing bloody what time, like, what time we wake up. Yeah, Darwin doesn't switch. Yeah, correct. Yeah, you're right, Mike. Reese says, I'm long 4 contracts. I haven't been liking this thing tickling my stop loss. We're living on the edge today, Reese. We're living on the edge today, mate. VIX over 23 points. Or 23%, whatever the fuck the number is. I'll get back to you on that one. Yeah, we're long, dude. We are long. I'm long at 68.11. Muku says, I blew my account, Benny. PA evaluation. Oh, it's only an eval, mate. Just reset it. You'll be right. Start again next week. Your stop is at the bottom of the 15-minute FVG. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you're about to get stopped out. Oh, you survived it. Shit. Oh, is it coming back? Dividend, we most likely go sideways in NFP. Nah, mate, we're going to the moon. Dude, we're going to the magnet, all right? Dividend. I need positive energy in this chat, mate. All right? We've already got Elite Trader coming in here with his caps lock, all right? And his attitude towards that order flow is the only way to trade. Okay? And that we're all blind because we can't see orders. We need positivity. We need to head for the magnet. That's why we've got the magnet there. I don't know where you see the double bottom. I wouldn't be calling that a double bottom. I don't know. That's just me personally. It didn't actually create a full-blown double bottom. It's kind of there. Maybe you do. I don't know. I've just personally... I don't know. Maybe I'm just too anal about that, but I just don't see it. It's on the 5-minute? Oh, as in like the double bottom. Oh, I see. Sorry, dude. I don't know about the 1 hour. Yeah, right. I just loaded up. I just legit loaded up. What do you call it? YouTube. And I seen this. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is copyright. So I don't really know if I should be showing it, but surely you can't use Cookie Monster algo and have that as your like stuff. Surely that's copyright. Surely. The Cookie Monster is a legend. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. I think I think the design, like the AI design, looks sick as. But I just don't know if you're allowed to do that. No worries, da. There's 2 people watching. I don't think he's gonna get a strike. Well. All right, what are we doing here? Are we creating a Are we creating a bear flag here, or are we creating something else? What do we reckon? You reckon we can bounce out of this? They don't care until they start making bank. Cookies! Cookies! Camel says we are blowing fundeds and evals, bro. Who's blowing them? Thanks, Unicorn Trader. Thank you. London session's been going crazy the last few days. Yeah, man. Camel, that's why we're going short, we're going long, we're going short, we're going long. I thought that's why you guys watch me, because I'm patient and I just take one trade. That's it. I'm not flipping like short, long, short, long, short, long. You blew your funded on the dump? Spear, man. I'm hoping in the next week or 2 I would have finalized my trend continuation model. I just have not had time to like work on it, which is really shit because I wish I did, because I'd probably be able to take more trades, but yeah. What? bloody Backos in bloody Discord. Shenlong goes, can you copy trade evals or am I better off keeping one in the side stable for now? And then Makos goes, he's like, oh, Apex is not allowed here. It's not available. And I'm just like, dude, why would you say that? Like, yes, you can copy trade Apex evals. It's okay to talk about them in the Discord. Apex is fine. I use them. And then he goes, and Makos goes, but they're not allowed in my country. And it's like, but Shenlong's not asking whether or not the evals are allowed in your country. He's asking whether you can copy trade the evals. He doesn't know where you fucking live. Dude. Oh, man, some people crack me up, dude. Fucking hell. What the hell is that? That's when you become a man, doofy. Smell this. What the hell is that? My ass. That'd be Makos, I reckon. That'd be Makos. He's got his vacuum in his bedroom. Oh, shit, dude. Fucking hell. This guy's so funny. It's excellent. It's excellent. I told you not to disturb me when you clean my room. You guys are all timing. Here you go. Here you go. He just replied back with no worries, Megos. Oh, fucking hell, that's so good. Someone's got to clip that and make that as... Oh, shit. Fucking hell, man. I'm going to start crying in a minute. It's so funny. Big Bad Wolf says, bro, I come to your stream and I see this. Oh, mate. Oh. Rez, how long have I been trading? About 4.5 years, dude. I hope so. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, Monkey, we're talking AFL. Geelong managed to kick 5.7 at Gold Coast 18, and by the end of the third quarter, terrible performance. Yeah, well, Gold Coast are doing pretty good now. I've been doing all right last couple of years. I don't get to watch it because I'm here entertaining you guys. Reese says, I've been scalping NQ for about 3 years and I've never tried holding a position longer than 5 minutes. It's terrifying me. It's probably because you're trading minis, not micros. What's my team? My team is Collingwood, dude. I'm a Collingwood supporter. Oh, there goes 50 people off the stream. Well, if you're trading prop firms, you are doing it on Sim. It's just a mindset shift, man. Just go to micros. Are you trading micros or are you trading minis? It makes sense, Aussie. Oh, you are trading micros? How many micros, though? Like 1 or 5? Correct, Unicorn. Yeah, they are. That's just the SANFL, though. I wasn't really sure how many to do for holding something this long, so I did 4 over 3 accounts. Yeah, like when I'm trading multiple accounts, like I try really not to care about the other accounts. Like in my head, I just look at it like I'm just trading one account. And then you just get the ability of its multiplication. However you say that word. I don't know how to say the word. Sorry. Couldn't figure it out. How long ago was it since I watched the game at the MCG? Ooh. Shit, I don't know. 2022? I want to say after COVID. I'm pretty sure after COVID. That was probably the last time I went there. I probably went like 4 or 5 times, or maybe more, maybe 6 or 7 prior to COVID. I went lots. Probably went like once, at least once a year. I went nearly every year for almost 10 years. And then I went to the Anzac Day game. I've been to 3 Anzac Day games. Yeah, 3 Anzac Day games. My last one was 2018, 2019 grand final, whenever that was. Not grand final, sorry, Anzac Day. Would have been 2019, I reckon. Because, 2018, I was at the software company, so, yeah, I think it was around 2019, I think. But, yeah, it's long overdue. It's crazy, man. It's 2026. Like, it still feels like I was there, like, yesterday or last week or last month. Like, it's crazy. Crazy. Goes so quick, man. Thanks for the tip, Muku, but I gotta just trust my trade, man. Just gotta let it play out. I don't care. Yeah, I got plenty of drawdown in my accounts. Still got over 9 grand in there, so it's all good. Plenty of drawdown, man. That's why I've got a 10k buffer in the accounts. The small 150 account though, she's pretty tight on drawdown though. If I get stopped out on this trade, I think the smaller PA won't make it because she never got much of a drawdown left in it. I think I only had about 4k in there at any one time. She hasn't been too lucky. The other PA account. Problem is I can't close the trade on that account because the trade copy is on, and if I close any of the trades out, it closes it out on all of them. So she's currently on a ride or die moment. She is. How many dollars should you risk per trade on evals? 50k. I mean, at the end of the day, man, it's personal preference. It's a mathematical calculation that you have to do based on your trade style, on your trade setup. So, like, let's say you take 5 trades a day and your average TP is like 10 points. Well, you're not gonna be pass them in one trade. So you need to realize that you're gonna have to take multiple trades to try to pass them, right? So yeah, you're gonna have to do some mathematical calculations to work out how many trades do you have to take in order to pass. What trade have you got on right now? I've been long on the ES for eternity, but not for much longer because we're probably going to get stopped out now. What do I think about the new Apex accounts? Don't really like them. See you get smoked. I'll get stopped out in a second as well. And then that'll be me done for the week, guys. Be my second red week in a row. We took 2 trades this week. This is my second trade this week. And, yeah. So, oh, gee. Yeah, here we go. Previous day lows. Yeah, I reckon. Oil's ripping. Yeah, it probably means that they can't figure out this oil problem that they've got in Iran then. I don't trade oil dividends, so I have no idea what you're talking about, Ed. GG. That's it. All right. I'll just delete out the evals out of there because I don't track the evals. Whoops. Home. My drive. All right. Evals are deleted out of there. There's the PAs. Trade Zeller. Add trade. Nine out of 9's imported. Sick. And there's March. 2 losses this week and negative 7K. All right. Well, let's see what next week brings, and we'll go from there. I think we're tracking. Yeah, there you go. So we're 20K for the year in profit still. Yeah, we've got how many payouts we've got? We've got 3 payouts so far. February we ended up 7K, and then yeah, we've given that 7K back now basically in the first week of March. So let's hope next week's good. Hopefully we get rid of this lunar eclipse as well, because I feel like the lunar eclipse is pretty fucking shit. All good. Sweet. We'll come back next week. I'm definitely not gonna try and force another trade. No way. There's just no point. The price action has been very hard to trade. So all good. Yeah. Be smart. Be patient. Try not to blow your accounts, please, guys. And yeah, that's pretty well it. I think I can. Yeah, I've only got $500 worth of drawdown left in the in one of the PAs, the youngest one that I have that we got in February. So next trade has to be a winner for that thing to survive, or otherwise that'll get blown. So I either turn the trade copier on to half risk for next time, or not. All right. So next week, next week, I'll be trading full time. I've quit my job. Today was my first day that I quit my job, so that's it. We're not working anymore. I do have other projects on the go. I am renovating a house and blah, 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 as most of you all know. So I will be very busy still. I want to try and get more content and more videos out. I want to do more videos on Quantow. I want to do more videos on other trading ideas and strategies that I don't do on stream. And yeah, the view now is, as you all know, when you have a 50% win rate or a 52% win rate, 48% of the time you lose. So why do you lose? What are the analytics telling me about trying to take these failed reversals and take the continuation? So there's definitely plenty of upside there still to go. And I will be focusing on that. Probably not next week. I won't be focusing on it. I'll try and do some over the weekend to see if I can find something that we might be able to look at next week. But then I'm going to try and see if I can find more things to work on during the year. Try and improve this strategy a bit more. And hopefully NFP is the end of this stupid chop. That would be really cool. If not, then yeah, we'll see what Friday the 13th next week brings. Next week's Friday the 13th looks pretty gnarly. We have a lot of Astro shit going on that weekend. And Donald Trump keeps toying around on this market going, oh yeah, you wait for the big one, wait for the big one. Well, what's the big one? What's this big one he's talking about? Don't know. Big bomb? I don't know. Big news? No idea. So until he decides to spill that, which he'll probably do next Saturday, Sunday, then who knows where we stand with that. Fingers crossed NFP does something today, guys, and we get out of this chop range, and then we can come back strong next week. All right, guys. I appreciate all the love and support. And, yeah, we are still rocking and rolling. I'll catch you guys all later. Take care. Have a good weekend. Rest up. In Australia, we have a long weekend too, by the way. So, but I'm not working anymore, so it doesn't affect me. But some of you boys are probably not working Monday. So all the best. Have a good long weekend, guys, in Australia. And I will see you guys next week, 3 a.m. Oh, and remember, it's New York Daylight Savings this weekend. So New York Daylight Savings. So if you got an RDO on Tuesday, oh, that's even better, mate. 4-day weekend. So 3 a.m. New York time, whatever you've been coming to the session on, it's going to be 1 hour earlier. All right? You all good? Sweet. Take care, guys. Full respect for everyone being here. Also, if you haven't, on your way out, just smash the like button on your way out real quickly. Just give the channel a little boost. It's completely free. And I'll see you guys next week.